I know they're basically the same game, but whatever. But okay, so boom, here for the Twitter. Let me refresh some stuff. Let me do that and that. All right, we are live on Twitter and YouTube. Our plan for the day is we streamed yesterday. It was a rare Sunday stream. But we realized like we were trying to do the MCP server generation thing, and it gave us a good plan, except that we were not explicit about splitting the work. So then it tried to do all of the work in one session. Bad idea. We're going to start fresh, take some of the learning that we had from the other thing, and we're going to do a fresh planning session with it. And I think that'll be worthwhile. So, yeah, we're going to start, I think we're going to start 2 things over, technically. But we'll see. We'll see. So, yeah, should be fun. So that's the plan for the day, but let's do, you know, we got some general housekeeping, some news, some stuff like that to go through.
Wouldn't you like to be a...
You missed the starting news segment? I mean, we could always bring it back, I guess. My goal was to actually, like, clip stuff, and I don't know. I'm too lazy on the clipping front. But we could get it back going again. Is that what that was? Is that what this is right here? Got it. Okay, just double checking. So, real quick, I need all y'all's help. Is this technically cocktail attire? I don't know. And then, second question, blue or tan pants? Smart casual? I need cocktail attire. No, I'm not wearing a fucking fedora. Hey, what's up, Cassadev? All right, blue. I got both pants just because, like, I don't know. I will need like dress shit eventually anyway, right? But I didn't get the coat yet. I'm not too worried about it. I mean, I need to wear cocktail attire to the commits at Render ATL. So yeah, I think what I'm hearing is this blazer or whatever is not cocktail attire. I guess, hold on. I could ask Grok. right? Fuck it. Burn their tokens anyway. Why not? I need your help, though. So yeah, you prefer the blue? All right. Works for me. I don't want to, like, shoot the moon either. I am planning on losing weight. So, you know, like, these things might not fit me eventually. So I don't want to, like, spend too much on something super fancy. Well, I didn't get the blazer yet. That's what I'm saying. So we don't have to do the blazer. Yeah. It's getting tailored. The pants are getting hemmed, for sure. The jacket sleeves are a little long, theoretically. That's what she told me. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. The slides and socks are too casual. What the fuck? Yeah, I wasn't gonna wear just socks. Like, what the fuck, Rock? Like, dude, duh. Fucking duh. See, the lady said not polished dress shoes, though. No, I'm not doing that shit, sushi roll. Like peptides of what? And aren't most of those peptides not FDA approved? And at this point, I'm not sure I trust the FDA much with douchebag running it right now. Yeah, I'm almost positive that stuff is not FDA tested or approved. No, thank you. No, I'll lose weight the old-fashioned way by just eating better. Yeah, no, fuck that, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. You want to lose some weight? Try this thing called meth. No, thank you. I'll pass. I mean, Arpalm, you're not going to exercise your way out of a bad diet. That's not possible. Yeah, exactly, Small Knight. Yeah. See, I don't get the munchies when I'm hungry. And I don't even really get the munchies when I'm drinking. But I am cutting down on the drinking because I don't need those calories. Calories in, calories out. But how much exercise do you think you'd have to do to burn enough calories to make up for a bad diet? That's the point. No, it's not. It helps to eat better. Eating better is the number one thing to do. Seriously, how many hours do you think you have to exercise per day to burn off, let's just say, one Kentucky Fried Chicken meal? 3 hours a day. Who the fuck has time to exercise 3 hours a day? Okay. Sure. Every day. You guys are crazy. Fuck that. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I want to do something I can maintain. Yeah, y'all are insane. And I guarantee you're not keeping that up, right? You get hurt. What happens? You know? It's unsustainable. Fixing your diet is the #1 way to do that. One hour of exercise a day is not maintainable. It just isn't. I don't understand. Yeah, injuries are going to happen. Jesus. Are you guys aware of what anecdotal evidence is? Are you aware of what confirmation bias is? Sure, small night, but how many calories do you think you're truly burning over that hour? 600 max. Maximum. That isn't getting you out of a bad diet. No one said it's more like not more than 0. It's not going to make up for a bad diet. Like, where are you getting that 800 calorie number? I don't believe that. If the machine is saying so, yeah, there's massive studies showing how they are massively overinflating that stuff. The machine is not something you can believe. Even your Apple Watch is not that accurate. Yeah. It's just funny. Like, yeah. Sure. And you exercise 3 hours a day and you're losing very slowly. What the fuck? Like, and you're advocating for that? That wasn't the question, Arpalm. That was not the question. Jesus Christ, dudes. Like, you're even contradicting yourself. People are funny, man. And again, how old are you, Arpalm? You're fucking 28? Jesus Christ. Dude. You fucking sweet summer child. You're telling a 42-year-old all it takes is 3 hours a day of exercise and you're fucking 28. I didn't exercise at 28 and I was fit as fuck. Like, dude, you're fucking up. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. Right? That's the fucking problem with health influencers. Yeah, dude, I was fit in my 20s, eating nothing but garbage food. It catches up to you. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, you kids are fucking funny. You kids are fucking funny. Oh my god, man. Jesus, Arpalm, you should not be giving people fitness advice at fucking all. Jesus Christ, dude. Woo! Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you. If you saw the hairline, you might not agree, but I get it. But Jesus Christ, dude. If you're struggling to lose weight at 28 doing 3 hours of exercise a day, you gotta fix your fucking diet, dude. I'm gonna let you know right now. None of that is sustainable. 3 hours a day at 40 years old? No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. With someone who has, hobbies, with someone who does stuff, no. Dude, that was funny. I needed that laugh. I needed that laugh. Thank you. That was hilarious. You assumed early 30s. Yeah. It's because I can't grow a beard. And I don't think gray hair is really anything I'm going to need to worry about. Like, on my dad's side, he's brunette, and he gets the gray, but, like, on my mom's side, yeah, gray isn't that much of a thing. And I'm fairly blonde anyway, right? Like, eyebrow-wise and all that. And I can't grow a beard. So, like, there's no, like, salt and pepper or anything you'd see there. And I'm also terrified of the sun. What is it? What is it talking about? What are slides? What the hell are slides in this context? What is it talking about? Okay, so at least I think we got a consensus here, right? The navy pants, I think the blue shirt's fine. Oh, is that all it's saying? Like, I just need shoes? Okay. But it said the socks and slides? Grok. Those are socks. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Grok has a foot fetish. I think that's it. Dude, Grok is fucking terrible. That's just funny. That's just funny. Yeah, I'm gonna get shoes, dude. Okay, hold on. So wait, what color shoes? Right, so hold on. The thing the lady at the place told me was that to make it like proper cocktail, I don't necessarily need to do the tie, but maybe I'd want to get like a pocket square or something. We thinking like a red pocket square with the khaki? Wait, did it not answer? Oh, did I forget to send it? Right? I don't know this shit, guys. I have no idea. So I at least need AI to help me with this part. I have no fucking idea. And yeah, I plan on losing some weight. So, I'm not gonna spend too much on this shit. The pants were like some of the cheapest ones they had. But all right, let's see if it has an opinion. I mean, the blazer was like a 199. The pants were like 99. Well, yeah, I mean, Kenny, I needed tailoring though. And I just figured like because I'm on a time crunch, I just went to Men's Warehouse. Turns out it's going to be ready by next weekend, which is fine. Yeah, the shirt was like 60, but it's a nice shirt. And I don't have any good dress shirts, so I'll take it. I didn't get the blazer yet though. I just wasn't sure about the blazer. I could get a more fancy one or something. I don't fucking know. Polished brown leather. All right. Yeah, I could do that. Sure. Works for me. All right. We did it, team. We did it, Reddit. And yeah, our palm. I wasn't trying to roast you that hard. And I do appreciate the compliment. Thank you. Right? Yeah, maybe it wasn't obvious that I'm in my 40s. But yeah. Dude, my metabolism was insane when I was in my 20s. And I was still snowboard bumming, so yeah. But anyway, let's double check this. Let's look at Open Router. All right, not Open Router. Sorry. So I guess Kimmy's on artificial analysis, right? And it sits Way up there. I wish it would show the effort level it was done with. I'm going to go hit up Value Village at some point just to see like what they got for shoes. I'm not in a huge rush for the shoes, and the blazer, like, I didn't need to modify too much, so I think we're good there too. And I got the measurements and all that BS, so we're set there as well. So I can go anywhere and get, you know, a good blazer. But okay, so Olama, you got it, right? Hey, it totally does. Yeah. Yeah, pretty quick. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Does it have other effort levels? There's a good way to check this. So interestingly enough, through Open Router, it still like responded with a medium and an extra high. But the variance is so small that that could be chalked up to just non-determinism. I guess the way we could check that is token usage. Wow, Kimmy doesn't use that many tokens at all. And the amount of like reasoning tokens between low, medium, high, extra high, and max feels about the same. So you're saying there's low, high, and max. Yeah, that's inconsistent too. But dude, that is a very small amount of tokens used. And I find that interesting because effort level is typically just a token budget that you give it for reasoning. So even if you give it a super large budget, it doesn't consume it. Whereas, dude, 5.4 mini will happily consume your extra high budget. Like, look at that. 332K versus 38K going from high to extra high. Right? Some of these go crazy. And then if we look at cost, dude, GPT 5.4 mini Multiplies the cost by basically 8 when going from high to extra high. 5.4 regular. Way worse. No, that's just times 4.5. Okay, that's not so bad. But damn, the cost really balloons for some of these. Okay. Well, cool. So let's get to the task at hand. Oh, wait. There was one other thing. What was that other thing, Small Knight, that you pointed out? It was way back there, wasn't it? Let's just go from the top. The Microsoft thing. Oh, not what I meant. So wait, what's this? MAI Cyber 1 Flash inside M-Dash. Okay, interesting. The 50% cost saving is really against their stuff. Maybe not compared to Mythos, Soul, or 5.5 Cyber. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, pretty cool. Let's just repaste it. I do still need to run Opus 5. I know there was another model as well. Yeah, I don't remember. Anyway, so we could get Kimmy K3 going with our Olama subscription. And I know there was stuff we were building. And there's also other stuff we could kick it off on too. But let's actually do our MCP stuff first. So we're going to create a new codex session here, at least. Want to be as explicit about this part as we can. Oh, yeah. There we go. Obviously. Service guarantees citizenship. Medic! Yeah, exactly. I mean, that film is amazing for it, though, right? By making it into a satire, it's actually like a perfect film. And there's also like another thing that's kind of crazy, right? Like, technically, Earth is losing that war. Because just think about this, like, and I think they maybe even did this on purpose, where the high school kids, that graduated and went off to war and are the main characters in the film, by the end, when you see the new, like, line of recruits that they're, like, the ones that they look up to, those kids look way younger, right? So it shows that we're, like, running out of people to send to the front line. So there's, like, a lot of subtext in that film that's quite fun. Yep, exactly, Heth. As well as, like, dude, the original book was, like, pro-propaganda. Like, it was pro-fascism, basically. So just, like, flipping the source material on itself is genius, too. I just love the fact that, dude, it was made by the guy that made RoboCop. So, obviously, you knew you were going to get some awesome satire, right? Like, I'd buy that for $1. Michael Ironsides is the man. Yeah. He's good in everything he does. He's even good in Highlander 2. And no one was good in Highlander 2 besides him. Even Sean Connery sucked in Highlander 2. Yeah. Fresh exploration context. All right, so this is everything now. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thanks for showing the high def remake of FFT. I hadn't actually seen that. It's not actually my favorite game because I don't know. I feel like the character progression just isn't strong enough. But maybe I just didn't play it long enough. Like I don't remember the level up system being that strong. Or if there even was one, actually. And hey, what's up, Caleb? I got a quick question for you. Do you know when they're gonna send out like approval denial stuff for Git merge? And if they already have, and you know they just don't send the denial, cool, that's fine. I just wanted to double check. I was just curious about that. Yeah. I noticed that. I actually let someone know that they should apply. Yeah, I was looking at it yesterday. I saw the CFP there. So yeah, I told a friend like, "Hey man, might be worth checking out." I also passed it on to Dylan Mulroy at Cloudflare, just via DM here in Discord. He didn't respond in any way, so I don't know, whatever. I let Rizal Scarlet from Entire know about it as well, but I think they have something else going. So she's just, there's a conflict. But yeah, I just figured like any of the yeah. No worries. I'm not looking for any preferential treatment. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something, or or if the fact that I hadn't heard by now meant something as well. That's all. I just want to double check because it's coming up, And I think as far as like booking flight, the sooner you do a flight like that, the better for like pricing. Even though the company will pay for it, I'm sure they would appreciate me trying to save a little bit of budget. No stress, dude. No stress at all. I totally get it. But yeah, quick question. Like, are you accepting a bunch of like people who are doing like Git compatible alternatives type stuff too? Because I got other people I could recommend, I think. I'd have to double check. Worst case scenario, I could just tell the people to apply anyway. So, no big deal. So yeah, I think we've got a good collection of BS here. Okay. Yeah. Basil. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, Basil's interesting. Yeah, I was assuming that like anything like Git compatible would qualify, but yeah, I don't know. It doesn't hurt people to apply anyway. I think it would be even better if there was like a meta talk that just referenced all of those things in passing and then, potential implications and why ditching Git probably isn't the right approach kind of a thing. But, I think that kind of meta talk might be like way more appropriate rather than just like one company shilling their thing, right? Okay. So yeah, there's a few days left. Sweet. All right. So here's what we'll do. Hey, Quicksilver. Been a while? Dude. Yeah, how you been, man? So you've been working a lot lately, off grid with your coffee business, but thought of coming here while doing a bit of admin. Yeah, thanks for chilling, man. All right, so our new context here. What? Oh, sorry, Guillaume, English only, please. Yeah, ban it. Go for it. What were they saying? Oh, okay. Yeah, easy enough. Yeah, I banned them. I'm curious. I'm going to look it up off screen real quick. Yep. Chat GPT didn't want to translate it. Yep, Chat GPT won't show it. Yeah, definitely not on screen. Yep, typical troll behavior. Sounds about right. No, it's fine. Perplexity did it for me. See, people ask, why do people use Perplexity still? There's reasons. Okay. Wait, what comes free with your bank account? All right, so MCP prep redux. I will go in here. We're going to cd docs. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Perplexity. Gotcha. I mean, they have a free plan as well. Oh no, Cassidev. People ask these days, like, who still uses Perplexity, right? And I was just pointing out that it's still useful in cases where Codex refuses to respond or ChatGPT refuses to respond. Yeah, I was pointing out Perplexity is still massively useful. And I actually find Perplexity's like search way better too. Sorry, 1 second. Hold on. Oh, those fries look terrible. But hold up. Oop, wanted to keep that. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna want the MCP exploration context in a separate document. I will paste both into the new API context that after implementation of API changes, you can update the MCP document for the handoff to a totally different context. All right, so yeah, what we're trying to do is just get a really good separate context because it went and did a whole bunch of junk. Like, dude, it did this like spike of the MCP SDK worker BS. I'm not committing all that. It has like the node modules in there and all that shit. Fuck that. Like, dude, clanker clanked. I'm not dealing with any of that. We're just gonna start fresh. Now, how did the discriminator stuff go? But yeah, what's everyone up to today? Y'all having a good day? I had the crazy, well, not the craziest dream, but I had a crazy dream last night. It was being an actor in a film that was going to be one like totally AI generated, but they still wanted to like record the actors and like, like video of them to then like prompt, the AI better, I guess. And of course, like famous actors were part of it too. Like the process was really weird. And then like it even got to like one scene where there was like, all right, everyone just grab a gun. It doesn't matter what gun. We just want to get you like firing at the other people as they're coming, blah blah blah. Just to like, help train the model better, blah blah blah. And, like all this stuff got done, it got finished, and then by the end, like hundreds of people finish that scene and they're all like going through and the approval of like which actors get hired, everyone just goes and stands up on a stage and like, like people like vote and blah 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 and pick. But it was very like impersonal. And Bryan Cranston was one of the people that didn't get picked, and he's walking with other people and we're walking by and just like walking away, and it's like he's like, this isn't why I signed up to acting and blah blah blah, like I don't know. And then they were like, God, and the approval process sucked. And I was like, oh wait, what approval process? They're like, oh, you go stand on a stage and people just like vote like it's American Idol, like ugh, gross. Like he's just angry. So I'm like, oh well, that's a bummer. And then I was like, well, are you guys like going and doing anything after this? Is there like some just like wrap up after the whatever? He's like, well, there used to be. And he just like storms off. So I go back, do a thing. Oh, I missed my cohort. So yeah, nope, sorry. We did your group already. That means if you missed it, you're just not in. Too bad. So I didn't get it and I wasn't upset. So I'm just walking away. And as I'm leaving, I'm going to hop on the elevator, and then someone coming up the elevator had a bodyguard. It was a Japanese dude in a full white suit with like the like goofy round like black sunglasses thing. And for some reason there was a name that escapes me, like Toriyama or something like that. I don't even know if that's a real person or not. But then like the two people that were getting on the elevator with me after they got off were like, huh, big shot director, like talking shit. And then that was basically it. That was like the end of the dream. It was a weird fucking dream though. So yeah, I'm gonna like turn it into like a short story or something, because I think that'd be fun. And I'm basically gonna give Bryan Cranston like the exact like line that Gandalf's actor said, like when he was filming stuff for, I don't remember if it was The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings, but like he was like crying because he was like acting to a green screen instead of like real people. And he had the line like, this isn't why I got into acting or whatever. So I'm like gonna directly quote that, but attribute it to Bryan Cranston in this dream, like short story. But yeah, like crazy dreams are some of my favorite things to like start writing about. But I got to do it before the memory goes away. Yeah, like a crazy dream, dude. And the best part is, like, I woke up and fell asleep back into it. I love when you do that, right? That's the fucking best. Oh, that's the best. I love that. Like, oh man. Like, I'm sure it slightly changed, right? But man, yeah, I woke up and fell asleep back into that dream, and that was awesome. That's never happened to you? Oh, well, that's a bummer. But yeah, let me get more music going. Wait, what? Is Kyoto not 2.0? Oh, it isn't. Where did that 2.0 come from? All right, so that one, keep clanking. This one. You don't know if you dream or not? I mean, you most likely do, and you just don't remember it. Okay, cool. So, in here... Okay, so it is that one. Just double checking some of the junk in there. All right, and then what was the other file? The other file was MCP service. Yeah. And what was the name? MCP Service Exploration Context. All right, so one thing I want to do. uh oh god. All right, let's see if it clanks on this properly. And let's double check this. All right, so what are the changes this made? All right, we add discriminator. Had someone reach out to me. Have you heard of Uncle Bob Martin? Yeah. What a dick. Okay, so interesting. If we want it to be a specific value for a certain response, we would do enum with just the single value. Okay, that makes sense to me. Right, and then yeah, the JSONs get too big. This part, oh, the priv static stays. Yep, that's fine. And then the test. So yeah, I'm gonna say that's good to me. Hold on, we're gonna let this clank for a second. I just realized I haven't started thawing any chicken. So if I want to eat healthy tonight, I gotta get that chicken thawing. So give me a second. I just need to grab it from the freezer, put it in a plastic bag, put a bunch of salt in there to brine it. Shouldn't take more than a second or two. Here. Okay, in a minute. Sorry about that. Hold on. Yeah, I didn't wear a beanie today because I didn't really think about it. But hold on. This was actually good. At Grok, add the beanie from Chris's profile photo back to this image of him in a suit. It's not bad. It's not quite as formal. I got my brown beanie here that we could use. I also bought a black beanie, right? A formal beanie. All right, so back to what we're doing. And yeah, thanks for letting me go brine that chicken. I'm doing something different this time. I normally just do a saltwater brine. I added some cayenne and some garlic powder. Anyone here got like a favorite brining recipe? And let me just do this one to Ferryman. Or actually, no, that one's going to be tricky. We'll just do the Twitter, whatever. Damn, Mondays are a big Twitter day for me, huh? Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying it. I don't know. And we could definitely like ask for a recipe or something too. But okay, let's check on these things. So this server implementation, I'd say this context is done. And if we got to redo all this stuff, whatever. The discriminator thing, I think we're actually like totally done with. So what I want to do here... And yeah, I don't think we've got... Well, you know, we could do this. Yeah. We'll add these things and stage them. I think that's appropriate. We don't need the open spec stuff. And here we'll do the commit. All right, so feat or fix. All right, so I like that. That's a good fix. And what's up, A Develops? Dude, haven't seen you in a bit. How you been, man? It does say 3-stream streak, but have you even chatted in the past 3 streams? Oh, that's right. That's right. I must have missed it. Sorry, there was a lot to talk about. Yeah, just good co-working. Yeah, thanks. Hold on. Someone just replied they like the darker pants. So yeah, we're thinking the navy pants are the win. I think still having like the tan pants is worthwhile for other events, but yeah. Maybe with like a different blazer eventually. Like maybe tan on tan. Sure. How's everything with me? Just chilling, hanging out. But yeah, how's everything with me? Just chilling. Yeah, we're just doing some fun doxy stuff. All right, we got that up there. We can push it, because why not? Push it real good. And then what we'll do here... Oh, nope. But yeah, just hanging out. I love building stuff. Like, this is the fun part. Yeah, exactly. All right, so here we are. Get pull. And yeah, we can call that one good. Oh, interesting. I didn't notice that part. And yeah, no worries, Quicksilver. Yeah, thanks for chilling. You started getting into more entrepreneurship stuff? Nice. Like what you building towards that end? Trying to build a financial intelligence platform to enable CFOs more on the analysis and strategizing rather than data work. Okay. Interesting. I mean, that's a pretty niche market, but, you know, like, have you talked with CFOs? Have you figured out how much they'd pay for it? And hold on, I can reply to that here. All right. So yeah, thanks, Dylan. Yeah, I think a dry brine makes a lot of sense if you're doing from like already thawed chicken. If you're doing from frozen, I don't know. I feel like the wet brine is a better move. But okay, so there's definitely a big market for it. Well, I mean, when you say big market, though, it's really just like one person at every company. So I don't know if I'd necessarily consider that a big market, but it is like every company could benefit from it, right? So, but at that point, though, like, have you figured out what number you would need to charge for it to be worthwhile, right? That's true. There are also fractional CFOs, but fractional CFOs mean that it's actually a smaller market, right? Because a fractional CFO is taking the place of a full-time CFO, and they can do it for multiple companies. That means there's multiple companies that don't even have a CFO, right? So it's actually a smaller market because of fractional CFOs. But again, like, I'm sure you've crunched the numbers, right? How many, like, what is like the TAM, the total addressable market? And I'm talking this, like, if you don't want to go through this, like, I get it. But for me, this is like a brain exercise in thinking about that process anyway, right? Like, what do you think the total addressable market in just like people is, not necessarily like dollar amount? 10,000? 100,000? Do you think there's a million CFOs out there? I don't know. What does everyone else think? Like, I don't have a real number in mind. I'm speculating completely. 12K in Canada. Okay, in the US it's a lot larger, but probably going to be like, I wouldn't say it's probably like 10x. I would say it's maybe 5x. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe it is bigger. Maybe it is 10x. So if we consider just like, that'll be the platforms you launch to, because doing like international beyond that is probably way more complicated. Let's just say that's 200K. So at 200,000, if you hit a 1%, that's 2,000 CFOs. How much would you have to charge to justify that? And hitting that 1% is going to be tough, right? Just because like they haven't even heard of you yet, let alone, converting. But 1% is like a good target number, right? So if you could get 1% of that 200K, that's 2,000. What would you end up charging to make those numbers like make sense for you? At $20 a month times 2,000, that's 40K a month. That's a solid business. I'm just speculating, like, and I want other people to like poke holes in my, my brainstorming here. And I'm not trying to like talk you out of it. I'm just wondering, like, you haven't locked down like a real number yet, but like, what do you think your operating expenses are going to be, etc. Like, and this is just more of a brain exercise for me. If you're like, I don't know, Okay, got it. So that makes sense. So then you're not worried necessarily about just, right, the CFO. You're worried about like the company they're doing this stuff for, which I think makes a shitload of sense. So good call. So then it doesn't matter if you're, if they're fractional or not. They're not eating into your TAM, right? Got it. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. And $100 per client per month. Yeah. So again, if we just assume 200K, and that's an upper bound, but 200,000 like possible users. And if you hit 1%, which would take time to get there anyway, right? Yeah. Like if you get that 2,000 at 100, that's 200K a month. That's a solid number. Yeah. No, that's really good. No. And I'm just saying, like, I like to be conservative on those numbers, right? Like, dude, you could probably hit 40% of that TAM, theoretically, right? I don't know. But I like aiming lower, just in case. Like, some people might look at 1% and think it's a failure, but at 200K a month, that is solid. Like, dude, 200K a month is 2.4 mil a year. That's really not bad. Yep. Yeah. So, dude, yeah, not bad. I like it. Yeah, I like that. And here's even the best thing, right? The CFO is probably the type of customer that understands build versus buy better than any other person, right? So that dude is not going to be the person that builds his own thing for the sake of maintaining it, because the amount of time it's going to save him, like $100 a month, is going to be worth way more than the amount of time he's putting in to maintain some bullshit, right? To just build it in the first place. Like, that's like years worth of like what he'd pay for $100. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, that's actually smart. Yeah, that's a really good target market, dude. I like it. And yeah, I'm not saying I'm some expert. I'm doing these like mental exercises to be better. So yeah, like no stress. And then hold on. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so we got some good feedback. I appreciate all these people helping out with these things. It's awesome. But okay, let me get more music on. Shit. And what's up, Sourced and Soul? How you doing? All right, so this is the main task we're doing now. Tired, 6:20 a.m. Locking in for the day. Like you're just now waking up. I would hope it's just waking up. A few hours ago. Damn, doing that Mark Wahlberg schedule, huh? Sleep schedule cooked. Ain't no Wahlberg. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Yeah, exactly. Right? Totally get it. Ethan. Moving to a new place in October with an air conditioner. Nice, nice. Yeah, I mean, I've heard rumors theoretically that this is going to be an El Nino, like winter, and then like next year or whatever. And it's supposed to be like the worst one we've ever had, which typically implies super hot summers. So, anyone who's renting, maybe don't renew for another full year at your place if you don't have air conditioning. And get that shit figured out before it's a problem next year. Yeah. I am planning on doing the same. Does mean like, yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out moving either during the winter or during the fall, which is conference season, which is kind of a bummer. Yeah, criteria is literally just an air conditioner. Mine is pretty close. I want a kitchen with like an island, like the one I got. Yeah, moving in the winter is gonna suck. So I want to avoid that for sure. Yeah. But yeah, I want like I want a decent kitchen where I can do my kitchen streams again. Like I got the harness to like do the camera stuff again. I just haven't set it up because I'm planning on probably moving in a few months. Yeah, I mean I'd probably be moving into another apartment. I'd probably be moving into another apartment, which means I'd probably be like moving my shit through elevators and the parking garage anyway. But not all apartments in Seattle have a parking garage, so it might still suck. I mean, I'd be using a like a hand cart, no matter what. But yeah, and also like technically, Stevens Pass doesn't, or not Stevens Pass. Sorry, Seattle doesn't get that much like winter snow anymore. It might get cold enough for like icy sidewalks though, and that would suck, especially with some of the hills we got. Trying to tour places before Portugal. Yeah, makes sense. And when am I gonna like hop into more long form content? I know I'm blowing it. I definitely need to do that. And then hold on, you had another question. Have I looked at Left Hook? Left Hook is a Golang version of Husky, right? So it's for doing Git hooks, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. And technically, you can use it with other languages. It's just written in Go, as far as I remember. Or are you asking how good is my left hook? Not great. I'm not much of like a hook throwing person with my bad shoulder, and my left arm is just for jabbing. I can do a solid uppercut, though. I don't think that's what you were asking at all, though. But yeah, I need to do way more long form. You're not wrong. Even Theo was trying to get me to do it more. And he said, like, I should just record shit during stream. Yeah, I know. We'll figure it out. We might do the Theo thing and just, like, pick one day a week. That would be easier. What days would be best for that? Maybe Saturdays or something? I don't know. I might do it on, like, my lowest days, right? So I'll look at my trends and see, like, what day we get the lowest viewership. Because then, what does it matter anyway? And maybe it'll even drive up viewership on those days. But I like building, and I like chatting and ranting. But I do have, like, I got a lot of content I want to talk about. So you're not wrong. I do need to do that. Okay, so here we go. We got these split up into slices, right? Yeah, the 72 task checklist is too much shit. So yeah, restructure into vertical checkpoints. Ooh, horizontal versus vertical. Ooh. Yeah. I like this. So I believe now it's going to create the open spec proposal. And then we're going to have to totally switch to a new context. But all right. Yeah, I like how that feels. So then, theoretically, right, let's look at what we got in here. Oh, and this is staging, though. So over here, Okay, so then pushing this up, right, with all those changes should now allow us to validate and verify that we have a fully automated update of our Node SDK. Yeah, we got too many tabs open. Leave that. Yeah, we'll just pop open the new one. And hold on. Did you guys see this? Yeah, a work retreat is never off the clock. But okay, hold on. This part's funny. So yeah, we haven't reached AGI until an LLM can teach every white boy on earth how to dunk. Cries in 5'5". If you see me in these at TwitchCon, it's your fault. Damn you, Begin Bot. Because have you guys seen these, right? I used to be really into basketball. So I actually really wanted a pair of these when I was like in 6th grade. But they do work, right? Like, because you're forced to walk on your toes so much, like, dude, they actually work. And they're crazy. Like, dude. But anyway, hold on. What we want to do is we want to go to here. We want to go to the API, validate that our action is going as expected. It does need to do our test. And then after the test completes, we can do the publish. So that does take a little bit of time. I don't think it should take that long, though. And then, yes, our deploy to production stuff. We want to make sure that the SDKs repo gets this flow kicked off, and we can check on this in a minute. So yeah, that'll help us validate that automation, which is going to be really useful. From here, roadmap is now wired. We are filling up that context, validation passes, and we can start a new context. Let me double check this. Hold up. %34 of my weekly usage remaining. I've got a bunch of resets going, though. So we can do that here in a minute. And technically, we probably want to kick off Kimmy on something. What would we want to kick Kimmy off on? Maybe Caleb. Maybe that, the benchmark testing thing. We'll start it off as an open source thing anyway, right? Yeah. Yeah, and Caleb may have left. I know it's late. Oh, there you are. So we're looking for a reason to use Kimmy, right? And I got my Olama subscription, so we're going to do that. So we're going to use Kimmy K3, and I was thinking of using it to start like scaffolding and building out the benchmarking thing we were talking about, right? Like full on, guaranteed benchmark capabilities in the cloud, right? Because I think that becomes more and more useful as time goes on. So yeah, and we're going to start it out as just an open source thing, and then maybe try and build a business around, cloud hosting it, right? We'll probably use, or I'll probably use, and if you're okay with it, we'll probably use the FAIR license, right? Like that source available, and then it like clicks over to MIT after 2 years, kind of thing. And I'm still willing to go like co-founder mode with you. Yeah, exactly. The hard part's going to be managing the hardware anyway. So yeah, like at least allowing people to do that on their own machine somehow, like, would be interesting. But yeah, to do it at scale, that would be a legitimate business that I don't think someone's going to one-shot. Like, I think it's going to take work to get it to even like a usable state, But yeah, totally willing to do like the co-founder thing with you if it's a project you're interested in too. And yeah, we could even like apply to Y Combinator, etc. Why not? But yeah, I'm thinking that'll be something we kick off with Kimmy. I like that. Just totally fresh context, fully brainstormable. I haven't decided if I want to try and greenfield with OpenSpec with it. No. And I'm not even asking any of that, like at any point, right? Yeah. No. It's more like if it's something you're interested in, the idea would be that I could at least list you as like a part-time founder for like VC applications and stuff. Because they don't like solo founders. And if it ends up getting funded, But that's so far down the line, like we don't even have it built yet. We don't even know if it's a thing, right? So, like we're definitely putting the cart before the horse by even thinking about that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? Like I want to do the same thing. And I'm rapidly approaching an age where they would be like, dude, come on. Though most of like the most successful, I think, businesses to come out of YC were started by people in their 40s. Not Cursor, or I think that was A16Z, I don't remember. But like Stripe. I believe the person that started Stripe was in their 40s, right? I could be misremembering. But yeah, there's like a lot of the, most successful startups, I believe, were actually like older people. I mean, that's the ones that are getting accepted to a lot of the cohorts now. But the reason that's possible is because they can do the reason that it's so common is because they can do like the ramen profitable thing easier, right? And they heavily bias towards people like coming from Stanford. I know, right? AA develops, the time flies. It doesn't feel like I've been streaming for 8 years at all. Like, at all. But okay, so here we need to do another OpenSpec kickoff. Okay. Yeah, sure, we'll do it. Because, yeah, we've greenfielded a bunch of these other things completely separately. Like, you know, Messijo totally by hand. You know, our GK bench, inspired by VC bench, we used superpowers for a bunch of the other things. Like, we used different stuff, too. So, yeah, I think this is a solid idea. But okay, so how's this thing going? Has it kicked off here yet? No. All right, so it understood that stuff. Perfect. Now hold on. What was this? So I guess here's the question. Did we end up actually fixing that on Messijo.com? Let's double check that. Okay, so I don't see HTML in those frequently asked questions. Okay, yeah, so I think that one is done. I don't see any of these others blowing it. Okay, so yeah, good enough there. I'm not sure if we merged or fixed this one yet. And then, yeah, how's this one going? All right. Doing its thing. All right, so... Yeah, I think we got what we got there. We've got... Oh, this needs to generate a migration. What the hell is that attesto whatever? Oh, okay. It's the OAuth thing. Got it. Interesting that it has its own migration generator. I did not know that. Okay. And then, yeah, real quick. So, been watching all through high school and now college. Yeah, hell yeah, it develops. Okay, so yeah, with this stuff kicking off, let's do this. I'm thinking we need to create a placeholder name for this thing. Right? So it's going to be the benchmarking thing. ISO bench. Just good placeholder for now. Doesn't have to be real. ISO bench a latte. Right? Because it's like isolated benchmarking, but bench is just jammed in the middle of the word. ISO benchalit. It's so stupid. I love it. All right, we're doing it. We're totally doing it. ISO benchalit. ISO benchalated. Hey. I think we got it. ISO benchalated. I don't know why I find that so funny, but I love it. All right. We're going to do a new repository, at least for now. Because I don't think that's going to be like an end game thing, right? Like, we're going to come up with a better name for like the business of it, right? Maybe it stays like the open source library name. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's fine. Well, hold on. Now, is it olated or elated or elated? I think olated. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. All right. I'm happy with this. This feels good. I know. Isobencha latte sounds pretty good. I think the O is still the move. I think the O is the move. Do we do the latte thing? So then we do just coffee branding? We can always rebrand. What do you think, Swiss tourist? Do we do isobenchulated or isobenchalate? Hold on, we'll put it to a vote for chat. Here we go. Yeah, are you even a real startup if you haven't rebranded several times? Yeah, exactly. Project name. I like the isobenchulated because we could always just do like a spoof song of the Offspring song. Isobenchulated. Hey, don't pay no mind. If you're benchmarking code, it won't take you any time. Right? Boom. Nailed it. Right? I don't know. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Maybe I'm just old enough. Right? I know, right? It's pretty good. Like the marketing sells itself. We could go viral as fuck. All right, let me get more music going. But what do we think, chat? Looks like we got 2 votes for isobenchalate. No one else has an opinion, or are they both just so good you can't decide? And what's up, Plank? How you doing? Vigilant Octo Pancake. Yeah, touche. Exactly. Good job, GitHub, solving this problem for us. And what's up, Sandlordium? Ooh, now it's even. Oh, it just popped up? Yeah, that's annoying. That's why I did 3 minutes. I think the 1 minute votes are never like synced right. But yeah, isobenchulated or isobenchalate. The coffee branding's pretty good. Isobenchalate. All right, all right. We can always pivot. Maybe that's our rebrand. And maybe we do like the isobenchalated thing, right? Isobenchalate. Like, honestly, it could work anyway. Oh, and hold on. Let me reply to this. All right, so isobencha latte. That's it. There we go. That's it. We can still do this, right? Isobencha latte. Yeah, I think it still works. I think it still totally works. I think it works. Sometimes I surprise myself at my ability to come up with a good name for a project. All right, so this is the project. Oh, I should have created a README. Fuck. It's fine. Whatever. Right, we're going to pull it down into a folder anyway. Oh, and hold on. Let me reply to this over here, too. Okay, so then, yeah, get clone. It'll be an empty repo. I don't mind. God, I really want to hear that Offspring song now. It's a little early to switch to YouTube Music, though. All right, so well, let me do one thing. I have to do the two-factor thing. Alright, sorry. Just had to do that. I just had an idea for Gitkraken too. Like, we should start printing some of the Kepler stickers. And on the back of the stickers, I don't know if it's much more expensive, but get a QR code so people can scan it. But yeah, how's it going, Fallen? What you up to, Mr. Sir? And then, yeah, let me just do this. Okay. Just figured, why not? It only costs $10. I locked down the domain name. Isobencho latte. Why not? Why not? Like, it's really growing on me. It's really growing on me. Sure, it's a long name, but whatever. And bare minimum, maybe it's just like a product name of like the business name. Sure. And then we just end up redirecting it, because why not? Or it's even like a microsite or something. I don't know. But better to lock it down now. Ooh, yeah, exactly. I-12E. Yeah, exactly. That would be another fun thing to start doing, right? Like, what number, like, middle bits could you do for various words, and then you work yourself back from it? That'd be a nice set of like domain names to like camp on, because then you could just work back from that into like a product name that makes sense. All right, so isobencha latte. Oh, we got to commit it. All right, so then back to some of this. All right, MCP prep redux is still going. Okay, a lot of junk there. Okay, hold on. Let's do this as a new task then. I think that's a good idea. All right, so for the API, we've got a bunch of warnings that we should fix. All right, and this is one of my favorite things to use AI for. Like, dude, just do it. Just clank on it. We could go fix them ourselves, but why? You know? And I don't even know if we need an exploration for it, but I like keeping it focused. But yeah, have a good night, Caleb. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. Yeah, cheers. Well, I'm running out of water, though. All right, so before we kick off SO2, right, like it's going to get in the way of its testing and all that. So we're going to make sure that it verifies and tests these things. Which then means that, sure. So yeah, while this is kind of like doing its exploration, I do have to use the restroom, and I'm gonna pour some more water too, and I will be right back. Okay. Oh, let me pull my pants up. There we go. Alrighty then. And yeah, what's everyone else up to here in the chat? You having a good Monday? Or are you having a case of the Mondays? Let me double check this part. All right, just making sure. Yep. All right. So yeah, that is our plan. Yep. Okay. Yes. Create the proposal. It'll initialize OpenSpec. And one thing I'm actually kind of really liking is not actually keeping the OpenSpec for Messijo specifically. Because I actually feel like some of these specifications, especially when you go to do like the archive of these specs, you end up actually introducing regressions because you might make changes out of band of the OpenSpec proposals that you got. And those changes will actually like go and get revalidated over time. And like, you know, reintroduce the same things that you fixed manually or separately out of band. Like, you know, just prompting instead of using OpenSpec itself. So I'm really kind of on the fence about like keeping OpenSpec in source control. Because I'm really just treating it as like a planning phase more than like a replacement for like Jira planning, you know? Well, and I think there was some event for Seattle Tech Week that I'm missing tonight, but tomorrow is the one I actually wanted to go to. Funny story, my older brother wished me a happy birthday today. I mean, the fact that he remembered it was the 27th is awesome. He just mixed up the month. It was a month ago. But, you know, I'm actually really surprised he remembered that. The 27th? Like, dude, that's amazing. I don't remember anyone's birthday. I only remember my younger brother's because his is on New Year's. It's pretty hard to forget that one. Yeah, exactly, Vimic. Like, it's funny. Like, does anyone here remember their siblings' birthdays? I think I remember my dad's is in May at some point, but I might be mixing that up with Father's Day. And maybe it's my mom that's in May. I don't know. And we have the technology. We can just put these things in a persistent calendar and never forget again, but I'd have to do that part first. I just need one person in the family to create it and then just share it with everyone. Right? That way you don't have the embarrassment of asking. All right, so yes, cleaning up these. Let's go look at it. We'll do a new session. Let's double check how we're going with this stuff. 21%. We're good there. Not going to waste a reset yet. But yeah, what you been up to, Vimic? Mr. Sir? And I forgot, are you still, like, I might have asked you the other day, were you here on Friday? I think I had the whiskey in me. But are you still doing Jump Room? I think that was the name of it, right? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, haven't seen you at Seattle JS for a while. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to the next one. I think it's like right before Render ATL. Like so close to Render ATL. I think I'm going to be on a plane that day. But it's a good meetup. There's also another one that I'm missing this week, I think. Hold on. And this one might be more up your alley too. I don't know how like into the AI like talks you are. And also like if you didn't remember, like Seattle Tech Summit is going today. Like the AI Summit, Tech Summit stuff. Or Seattle Tech Week is going, I should say. Let's see. This one. Yeah. Okay, so this is August 19th. So you got time. I might actually make it to this one. But this one's put on by Expo. It's like it's in downtown. It's like I think last time we met up it was at Just the Tap, right? So it's pretty much like 2 blocks away from Just the Tap. But it's like a block or two away from Pike Place as well. But yeah, the people that put that on, they're awesome. Like Jimmy, the main guy, super fucking cool. And yeah, Expo is putting it on. So yeah, definitely a great meetup. Highly recommend it. If you do the meetup things, you know. But yeah, that one started out as an Expo meetup, and then they pivoted to AI because every talk was about AI anyway. and they get like 100 people showing up. So it might be a great place to talk your product, you know, without being a dick about it. And then hold on, I don't know if you saw Founders Bash. You should definitely be applying to go to Founders Bash. I think I'm going to actually end up missing Founders Bash, so I'm going to have to free up my registration slot. But get on the wait list as soon as possible. This one's big. This one's huge. I don't know if you've been to Founders Bash before. Like investors, like all sorts of people go to this shit. One week a month in between everything, just didn't have it in yet. No, I get you, man. Yeah. I'm not trying to pressure you. I'm just throwing it out there if you weren't aware. But absolutely, register for Founders Bash here in Seattle. It's one of my favorite ones. And Ascend VC is like the one that puts it on, but they are partners and they know all sorts of people, like Kirby, the main guy that puts it on. And then, there's another like founders group that meets here in Seattle. Like Justin Solis. I don't know if you remember him or if you've ever met him. He helps put it on, or not put it on, but like he is very close friends with another dude that puts on one of those like, it's like there's like a pitch thing, right? It's like Seattle Founders pitch event kind of thing. So again, just throwing it out there. You know, I think the Seattle startup scene is bigger than a lot of people realize. It's definitely nothing compared to like SF, but, you know, definitely worth it. So yeah, I just want to throw that out there for you too. Okay, so yeah, we got more stuff we're doing. We'll let that one kick along. That one we're pausing. And then here we're going to start a new task. And yeah, if anyone's unaware, this thing that we're using, this thing we're doing is called Kepler. It's a Git-cracking product, you know, kind of similar to like T3 code or whatever. The thing that we think really separates it is like the workflows, you know, like I'm just using it for like separate tasks and stuff. I will be at that in SF. Yeah, for sure. Are you going to be there, Nullet? Are you in SF? I would say, you know, register. And if you're waitlisted, show up anyway. Because you know how like free events like that go anyway, right? A free event like that is going to get X amount of people. Only 40% show up, you know? It's going to be fine. But, you know, we got to like still set like the limit within a reasonable level. Because, dude, I've been to an event that like overbooked because they knew only X amount show up. You know, like they let 800 people RSVP and like only like 300 showed up. Or not showed up, sorry. Their capacity was only 300. So they turned, I mean, I doubt all 800 showed up, but they turned over 100 plus people away for an event that they RSVP'd for. That's just shady. That's just not cool. So, you know, we're trying to like walk that line. But yeah, dude, let's hang out. I don't think, yeah, we've never met in person yet, right? So that'll be great. Now, keep in mind, I'm not going to recognize you, so you're going to have to say, like, your stream name. You know? I think some people just forget that, because they've seen my face a bunch. And I'll be like, okay. Like, I'll probably still be cool about it, but, like, yeah, if you can just let me know, that makes it easier. But okay, more music. There we go. Oh, and we have an unban request. Let me look. Right? Like, I'm quick to ban, so I should be quick to unban. Them's the rules. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. Nah, they were chill. You know. Let me just double check what it was. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, that was definitely on me. That was me being a jerk. Okay, cool. Beef jerky? Want some beef jerky? I forgot about that. Yeah. But what's up there, Kinslayer? And the quote is jerky beef. Beef jerky time. Oh, wait, maybe it doesn't say jerky beef. Nah, good call, good call. No, it is beef jerky. You're right, you're right. Okay, so back to this part. And yeah, anyone else in SF? Here, let me get the link for that, just in case. Yeah, fun thing. I am going to be flying down to this in the afternoon. I'm going to be at the event, and then I'm flying back to Portland that night, just so I can make it to Chain React the next day. Philadelphia, it's worth $50. It tells time simultaneously in something, and Stadt. Like New York, Berlin, and Stadt. How much for the gun? And yeah, thanks, Francois. Thanks for the follow. Dude, totally my bad from previously. So, thank you. Whiskey under the bridge. All right, let's keep hammering on some stuff. We're going to add a repo. Isobencha latte. I really like that name. All right, so this is gonna be our first time fully like greenfielding an application with, or like a project with OpenSpec. I do think I really liked using BMAD because of the whole like the brainstorming phase at the beginning. That was really fun. But hold on. Oh, and fuck. We can do open code with this. Yeah, but hold on. We can't do it yet. So, yes. Isobencha latte. Good. Oh, and we should check these fixes. Okay. We'll allow it. That's a bit more than a fix of a warning. Actually, maybe it isn't. Yeah, no, that's fine. So then, yeah, we pass that. Oh, and then, yeah, we do default model there. Okay. Yeah, the nested cases are a little gross. I'm curious about that, but okay. I'll allow it. Yep, we had a bunch of unused stuff. I wonder if this was responsible for the double batching or double like email sending. Okay. Yeah, so we weren't even using this. Oh, we were logging it at one point. That's why. I was wondering why that was there. Okay. So yeah, we're just reviewing what it did to clean up some warnings. I know they were just warnings, but, you know, clankers take liberties. Yep. Yeah. No, that's definitely a good fix. Yeah, I do definitely some like non-idiomatic elixir sometimes. Stuff that Brainless probably was biting their tongue on. Looks like they changed the order of some stuff. Oh, looks like we had duplicated authenticated trues. And probably duplicated type as well. Nah, it's a project, not Messijo. All right, so that looks okay. Yep, those are good. Oh, and we're not using that. Okay. I think that's fine. Sure. Sure. Yep. Yep. Ooh, buddy. Um I'd say that's fine. Man, that tweet's blowing up. All right, so then as far as the open spec stuff goes, well, hold on. Test. Okay, so it did write some tests. I'll let those go. All right, so. And then from here. Okay, so then our commit would be fix handle lingering warnings and add tests for more than formatting fixes. All right, and then this part ends up being a little wonky. Before we get too deep in this part, interesting. All right, so we pulled those fixes. That should fix a bunch of our warnings too. But what we want to do here is, I think. Oh, that's SDKs. Here we go. I think we got to do that. All right, so we want to. Oh, motherfucker. Yeah. All right, so that should fix that. If there's a framework you can use that lists all the MCPs, like a marketplace, there's actually a shitload of them, Mendos. Yeah, there's too many. So I guess the big question is, where are you consuming these? And if you're looking for just MCPs, like, I don't know, there's the official one, which is this one right here. So this is the official registry. If you're trying to integrate with something like Cursor or Claude, they have their own like plugin marketplace. And, you know, a bunch of the plugins wrap MCPs, but sometimes they add like skills and other things. So if you're using one of those tools, right, I would double check their official marketplace for plugins that maybe fit your thing, and double check to see if the plugin has extra stuff. And then maybe you want to do the plugin anyway, just because they may update it with skills and other things as time goes on. It's an option, like not required, but just throwing it out there. Does that help? And there's actually a bunch of others too. There's a Docker one, you know, so the Docker MCP is interesting. Right, and this enforces that, you know, there's a tools.json file, like it enforces some other stuff too. So I would say the official registry is probably the big one. But then, like, as an example, before the official registry was fully published, at GitKraken, I had to publish ours too, like, and I haven't done this one yet, and I got to do that one tonight. But MCP server finder, right? Like, there's a bunch of them. MCP.so is another, like, dude, there's just too many. MCP market, I guess. I'm not even sure I remember this one. Hold on. Okay, yeah. It's called GitKraken CLI, but close enough. And 1 second, sorry. You can do links, but don't abuse it. But yeah, mcp.so. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think it just depends. Like, are you just looking to consume them, or are you looking to submit yours? If you're looking to submit yours, well, okay, that's a shitload. There's a bunch. And then there's another one, like the dude behind Executor. I think it's .sh, actually. Yeah, so the dude behind Executor now has this going. So this has its own, like, submission process that, you know, we should still submit to. Surreptitious. What do people do with an MCP server? There are too many things to possibly do with an MCP server, right? As a big example, just consider that you may have, like, CLI tools, or a CLI tool, but the entire README or, like, help of that CLI tool will flood your context. So instead, you could give focused workflow style things via MCP, right? Things that are like maybe an aggregate of a bunch of commands. as a flow and then hand that off via MCP, and it's just, you won't flood your context as much, as an example, right? Like, number one. Number two, there's the option of like remote MCP servers that are most applicable for, like, think about if you have a REST API and you want to expose that REST API to a clanker, well, yeah, giving your entire Open API specification, right, like Swagger file, is going to flood context as well. And a focused MCP server with workflows would be better than that. And then another thing that MCP does that your clanker doesn't do is it also handles things like OAuth. Are the MCP servers pay for proxy pre-processing then? No. I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. I'm sure there's probably some kind of paid MCP server out there. I don't know. The common case is you're paying for a service, right? Like the thing I'm building, Messijo. You're paying for Messijo. I just give you an MCP server so that you can connect your clanker to my Messijo stuff. And then it will, authenticate, like it'll, prompt you to get a token for your clanker. And then your clanker can do stuff, based upon the MCP server. So authentication is a big part. And actually there was I don't necessarily want to call it an argument on Twitter, but someone, it's not even like a spicy take anymore. It's just plain wrong at this point. And people arguing about MCP versus CLI versus skills is basically the new form of like arguing about front-end frameworks or languages and shit. It's super boring. But someone who did it is at least like a follow, like a mutual or whatever, that is cool enough that I don't think they meant harm. I don't think they were engagement baiting. But I think they are in their own bubble about it, right? So yeah, hold on. Let's just go to here and get the full context, right? So MCPs were a flash in a pan. Zero reason to use them nowadays. That is just such a shit take. Like, it's a massive L take. And he's a nice person, so I'm not saying he is bad. I'm just saying that opinion, which he's not the first person to say it, that opinion's just totally fucking wrong. Another thing MCPs might be good for, think about like a Starbucks MCP. In your chat GPT, there's the idea of MCP apps that can actually render a UI and show you images right there in line. And you can like order maybe from Starbucks by pressing a single button from the MCP app. That stuff's still really new and not every client handles it, but it's still really powerful and really interesting to think about the future that could bring. Right? When your main interaction with the internet is through like a chat, maybe an MCP app like that is valuable rather than having to go to a separate tab or something, But basically, if you follow this thread, especially like where I tagged Zeeg, the dude from Sentry, right? I think there was a point at which, like, he was going to get bummed. Right? Count me out. And then Jordy went and made a blog post, and I still think the blog post misses a point. Especially, like, just recognizing that, I mean, he did try it, and he did test that, chatgpt.com will spin up some kind of VM, but it doesn't have internet access, right? So that's not good. Is that a bug? I don't know. I'm not sure. But at least for a normie, right? Like for a person using chatgpt.com or a web interface, they don't typically have a file system of any kind, right? They're not going to have your CLI or your SDK installed locally. For that kind of person, an MCP could have value too, right? Think marketing people. Think, QA. There aren't coders. Think project managers. There's just so many people out there whose instinct is not to install a CLI tool. Having the clanker do it for you, that might actually be something they don't want. Right? No, I don't want to install some random CLI. Fuck that. But an MCP to live on someone else's shit, sure. So there's definitely reasons for MCP. It's a bad take these days to think that they're not necessary, in my opinion. And Jordy's still cool, though. Jordy's still a dude. But I just, we're all prone to bad opinions from time to time. And usually those bad opinions are just due to a lack of context, right? Because we only know what we know. We don't always know what we don't know. Okay. So we pushed up, we got the warnings fixed. So surreptitious, you're looking at registry now? Looks like an API in disguise. Definitely paid ones. I still think you're misunderstanding. The APIs that the MCP server is providing access to, yeah, you still got to pay for the service behind the thing. If you're already a customer of the thing, then the MCP server is not an extra cost. Does that make sense? An MCP server is just a way for your agent to communicate and do other things. And it's a formalized protocol. It's not just a skill, But what I'm getting at is I doubt there are people... No, it's fine. I don't mind talking about this stuff. I doubt there are people that are charging just for their MCP server. They're charging for the service behind the MCP server. Now, there are probably some that are charging for the MCP itself. I don't see how that is a valid business. Just because people charge for it doesn't mean it's good. But the services behind it, you probably still have to pay for. That, duh, Trying to think of a good example, right? Zapier. They have a paid service. Actually, Zapier is the one that doesn't have the MCP server. I don't know. Messijo, right? You would pay for Messijo, my product. You wouldn't be paying extra for the MCP server. And I doubt there's any value in a standalone paid MCP server. GitKraken. We have an MCP server. It's just something you can use if you're already paying for GitKraken. Do you get it? Because it really doesn't seem like it landed for you. The API in disguise thing is missing a lot of understanding, in my opinion. When you say just an API in disguise, there is this article saying why that's a bad idea if it's just a wrapper, right? You shouldn't be exposing every single endpoint. You should be creating workflows that the clanker can call. Yeah, Mendo's. Yep. Yeah, almost all of the social media things that you're going to care about are going to be paid because most of the bigger APIs and social media platforms guard their content heavily. Like Twitter. If you want, you know, heavy Twitter access, you're going to be paying like $1,000 a month minimum. And I think to do it at like scale, you're going to be paying like $100,000 a month. Yeah, an API is a business now, right? Especially for social media. The social media platforms own their content. There are a few open ones, which is what Messijo is trying to do. Right? So we're doing Blue Sky, we're doing Hacker News, we're doing Lobsters, and we're going to add more. But the main idea is I'm not going to be doing any of the platforms that force me to pay them to get access to their content. And then there's others that don't even have a paid tier, like Instagram or LinkedIn. So then, to scrape that content, you got to do some underhanded, shady shit that costs money. I think Reddit is another one, right? So yeah, doing the social media thing is going to be really hard. Doable, but you're basically going to be scripting a user's computer for them to click around and authenticate and do things, rather than being able to do that separately. But okay, so what we're looking at here, yes, that failed. Let's go back to the top. What am I doing wrong here about, like, publishing this as things change? Oh, I know what I did. I know what I did. Oh, and yeah, so we got to commit this. Okay, cool. So hopefully that goes and builds proper. Right? But we're not sure. We do have more stuff we need to do. We're paused on the API part here. And this part, we don't need that showing, but I do have to pee again. Drinking this this tea with no salt in it just flows right through me. And I'm back. So yeah, what's everyone up to today? Anything fun? Oh, and that was the end of that album. My bad, my bad. You know what I've been wanting to do? We should do this. We're going to play some Andy McKee. I just realized our music was probably loud all day because I forgot to crank down the desktop audio. So yeah, sorry, I've been like yelling at y'all over the music. My bad, my bad. It was fine? Okay. And now this is quiet because YouTube's quiet. So now we're all already probably good. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. So now we wanted to start this out. Isobencha latte. Ah, and that's right. That's why we didn't do this, because we were in the middle of going to Llama. Actually, yeah, let's verify open code. I run my models locally? No. I'm using Llama. They have a cloud model. Like they have, like, if you looked at the name here, Kimi K3 Cloud, right? They have a cloud plan that's really solid. So $20 a month. And yeah, you can run like any of like the free models. Yeah, no worries, Francois. And I find I get more value out of this Llama $20 a month tier than I get. Like, I get more than double the value of what I was getting out of Open Code Go. I do like the guys that work at Open Code, right? I'd like to continue supporting them, but you know, I haven't needed to after switching to Llama. Like, I haven't had a good reason to yet, besides the fact that I just, you know, those guys are awesome. Like, I don't know Jay that well. I don't know a lot of the other guys that well. But, or sorry, I don't know Dax that well. And I don't know a lot of the other guys that well. But Jay is really cool. Like, I've chatted with Dax a few times, you know? But, I don't know. Seems like I get better vibes out of Jay. Like, really though, like, what is like the effort, right? Like, is it really that sticky? And hold on, wait. So how do y'all feel about it? Because I don't want to like babysit YouTube. I was gonna let it just like autoplay a bunch of random stuff. Should we stick with? Should we stick with synthwave instead? Because I don't mind either way. Like in general, I'm kind of like not listening entirely. Like I might be bobbing my head, but you know, the goal is to not have it be something that takes my attention. And you're saying the harness is the thing you're kind of hooked on. Is it though? Like, what is it about the harness that you feel so hooked on? And I know that there's stuff it does that like you don't get, at least like when you're using something like Kepler, right? Because they lock it away into the harness and they don't expose it as something you can do via the agent client protocol. So that can be a little annoying. But like, are you doing a lot of like, by the way, kind of stuff? Yeah, I'm just really curious what you find sticky about the harness. To me, the harnesses don't seem that sticky at all. You just got to like maybe reinstall your skills. But that's not really that sticky. Just the skills are installed there. Got it. Yeah, honestly, if you do your skills in like the cross-compatible way, then you solve basically every other harness. Like Claude Code's the only one that doesn't follow the standard of like the .agents folder instead. But also, most of those skills, that's just a copy and paste, honestly. Let me double check. Oh, I moved them in that directory. Yeah, like over here. Not dashboard, but marketing, right? So there's like, sure, I got this skill I created myself that's over in agents, right? But then there's still, oh wait, did I delete the others too? Well, okay, not a good example in these directories, but dude, you could just copy and paste the skills out of there. So yeah, and in general, if you do the .agents thing, you'll solve basically every other provider. And you may even want to do it like, I bet you're currently installing a lot of your skills at like the repo level. You can install most of them into your .agents directory in your user folder, right? Like your home directory. And a lot of them will pick that up too. So maybe consider that. Just remember though that, and this is something that people are judging Codex by quite a bit. Codex is pretty aggressive about using skills even if you didn't ask. So then maybe you don't want to copy every skill, you know, because they occupy context and all that stuff. So I don't know. I think it depends. But let me double check now that I'm thinking about it. Sure, we'll update that while it's going. But... And then, hold on, we got to get music going. What do y'all think? Are we wanting more synthwave, or are we okay with, like, indie stuff and random other things? My choice. Anyone else got a preference? I just want to double check. Randomizer? All right. The rant wave. Ooh. Well, yeah, we do that regardless. And yeah, I'm almost positive all of these skills are getting picked up. Yeah, I don't even have, oh wait, no, hold on. Oh. Okay, so technically, no, with Codex, you do need to have it in the Codex directory. I do feel like it's picking these up too, though. Like, I'm almost positive, because, yeah, agent browser, the grill me stuff, like, I'm almost positive it's looking at the agents directory, too. But, I could be wrong. I know for a fact this create MCP server one. Yeah, this one got called previously for sure. So I think Codex will honor the .agents directory. All right, so yeah, we got Kimmy K3 Cloud there. Perfect. Alan, you shouldn't have to wait that long. Let me put it this way. What DNS provider are you using? And what is your TTL? Do you just have a misconfigured TTL? Or more like, what was it before? Yeah, it shouldn't be any longer than that TTL, and I bet it should totally work. And then, hold on, let me respond to this. Okay. I mean, it's what their message says because they're hedging their bet, you know? If they said it'll take 15 minutes and it takes longer, can you imagine how many support requests they'll have to deal with? Meanwhile, if they say 24 hours and it happens faster, people are like, oh my god, Netlify is so cool. And yeah, Netlify is so cool. Yeah, Matt Billman's such a dude. He's a really nice dude. I've gotten to hang out with him a few times. He's just always like just constant smiles, fun to chat with, like really smart. If you happen to be on Mars, I bet that would be quicker too. No, actually, I'm not sure. How long does it take for a beam of light to get here from Mars? Yeah, is it that fast? I kind of figured it was pretty fast. I'm on the $20 tier here on Olama. From the sun is 8 minutes? Oh, okay, so it's got to be quicker than that, right? Because we're definitely further from the sun. Oh, and that's right, it's an elliptical orbit. Yeah, good call, good call. So 3 when it's closest, 12 when it's further. Got it. Yeah, that makes more sense. Oh, there you go. Touche, touche. Right? I'm not sure how often that happens, but it's got to happen at least every once in a while, right? Yeah, that makes sense. It's always DNS. No, this time it's the sun. Touche. And yeah, hold on, CMOS, you had a comment that I almost missed. So you were primarily a Claude Code CLI user for 2 years, but now you're using Codex CLI 2 and Aggie. I don't know Aggie for simpler tasks. You just make sure to build your skills in a neutral way and symlink them to each harness configs accordingly. Yeah, and like honestly, there's the .agents directory that I think solves a lot of that problem anyway. Besides Claude, because Claude's a dick about it. Like, I'm anti-Claude just because of their anti-consumer practices like that, right? Like, just trying to make it as difficult for their users as possible in various ways. Like, it's super annoying. Like, not letting you use your subscription in any harness you want. Like, what's the reason to limit that? Just to be anti-consumer. Oh, anti-gravity. Got it, got it. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Dude, right? And this is like a blog post I have to write tonight for publishing tomorrow for GitKraken. But it's basically going to be like, yeah, dude, number one, well, this is 3.5 Flash, but 3.5 Flash Lite and 3.6 Flash get really good benchmark results on Gitbench, which is cool. But then, if we also look at how long it takes, and honestly, this should be flipped around, but whatever. Right? So 3.1, 3.5 flashlight, pretty good. If we look at token usage, well, yeah. And honestly, like, dude, the GPT 5.6 models are quite good. But let's look at this. So let's look at API time versus intelligence when doing Git things. 3.5 flashlight, 3.5 flash, boom. Top two, right there. Now, the GPT models, pretty damn good. Well, let's look at it as just text. Okay, so just text, cool. You get those two, and then the rest, yeah, the GPT models kind of nail it. When we go to JSON output, oh, interesting. Those numbers change a little bit, right? And it's just API time versus intelligence. When we look at maybe cost versus intelligence, well, okay, this is where Gemma is fucking amazing. And Nemotron is actually really good. We switch it around here to text. We get even more Google models in there. And if we just look at it this way, like, let's look at the top 10, right? So 4, 8, 10, right? The top 10, and if we want to look like 11 just for the sake of it, the majority of the top 11 by pass rate on the benchmarks we have for Git stuff, the majority are Google models. Which is interesting, you know? Now, should you be using them for a lot of coding stuff? No, they're actually kind of shit at like coding, but part of what we're trying to point out here with Git stuff is that Git is basically not coding. Its ability to understand code is fine for creating commit messages or doing things like that. Its ability to generate code, well, okay, yeah, the Gemini models aren't the best at generating code, but they're fine at reviewing code. They're fine at analyzing code. They're fine at knowing Git commands. They're fine at following instructions. Like, there's a lot of value out there that, you know, the people who are purely focused on coding are missing out that you shouldn't be trying to find one model to to solve them all, right? One model to solve every problem. No, you should start figuring out what models can you farm stuff out to save on your tokens, because eventually you're going to be paying way more for tokens. We are living in the golden age of the cheapest possible tokens available. At least as long as these models keep growing and keep getting diminishing returns for the size that they grow, right? Like we used to be in like a kind of like Moore's law with model intelligence and the size of the model itself, right? How many trillions of parameters, etc., or billions, depending on smaller models. But we're hitting like this disparity of like, yeah, you might double the tokens or the right, like the parameters, right? You might double the parameters, but your improvement is going to be like very much more incremental. So we're plateauing on the ability that these things have for the amount of like RAM we're going to need to make them AGI, right? Like I assume it will consume all available silicon on the entire planet before we hit proper AGI with LLMs. Does that mean we'll never hit AGI? No, it means we're going to have like a step function change on the underlying thing that does this AI stuff. LLMs are not the end. They're a great jump and they're a great leap, but then to get way past that, we're going to need another major jump in technology and understanding, in my opinion. Now, one of the ones that seems really interesting, there was this hierarchical language models, but I always spell hierarchical wrong. Hierarchical reasoning model, right? So with just 1,000 training samples, right, and only 27 million parameters, this model ends up doing things that LLMs still really suck at, like complex Sudoku puzzles, right? So we're going to need like things like this to become mainstream. Now, the problem is, well, they don't use tokens in the same way, so it's going to be a lot harder to bill for. And all these companies that are massively invested into themselves, right, by investors, right, they need to recoup that investment. And the best way to do that is to charge heavily for tokens, right? If they switched all of a sudden to HRM, their entire business model changes. And the profitability probably changes. So they're not incentivized to find a better solution than LLMs. What I imagine is you'll end up creating a bunch of HRMs, right? Hierarchical reasoning models for specific tasks. You run into a task that you need one for, you just spin up and train one. And then boom, you have an LLM be like the orchestrator of this mixture of experts, but these mixture of experts aren't native to the LLM. Boom, problem solved. Right? LLMs are still really good at like the language part. Right? The human speaking to them and understanding the thing to do. But then to accomplish specific tasks, yeah, farm it out to much more like focused, smaller models. Boom. And if you're not experimenting with how you can do that, you're going to keep feeling behind. Because that's where this stuff's going once LLMs are once they stop being subsidized. So yeah, hold on. Who was it? Who was here for the rant wave? You're welcome. A Millenite. There you go. That was a good one, right? That was a solid rant. It's one I've been harping on for a while. My favorite fucking thing is this rant that I've been doing for ages too, right? That finally fucking blew up. Hold on, let's go to this, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Here you go, right? And it's really this post that's the one, right? An employee at this startup that my sister works at made their own Jira. They've all fully discarded Jira, Linear, Trello, and are using their own tool. It's far better than Jira, and it's just as detailed. And this person's not even a developer. He leads QA. And then the update a few months later, quick update on how this is going. They've gone back to Linear because maintaining their internal tool that they vibe coded was taking away from their actual work's bandwidth. That's a rant I've been doing for ages. All these fucking indie hacker douchebags that think like, well, I could just vibe code up the software as a service you want to charge me for. You know, like, I'm not paying you your $20 a month for this service. Well, okay, cool. You're going to spend how many hours of your life vibe coding that up? Okay. And then you're going to spend how many hours of your life over the course of a year maintaining it? Okay. And how much do you value your time? Any engineer worth their salt, an hour of their time is worth like $100. You're going to tell me you're going to vibe code a replacement for Linear in less than it costs you for a year of Linear? Bullshit. Right? Bullshit. Vibe coding your own SaaS replacement is only free if your time is worthless. Right? And that one's LinkedIn worthy, actually. Right? But this is the thing, right? Anyone who's ever been in the game long enough knows that the build versus buy has always been an argument. And the argument for why SaaS exists in the first place is because build is too expensive. Right? Just because build got cheaper doesn't mean it's free. But yeah, that's just a big problem I have with indie hackers sometimes. Like, they just live in such a bubble. Right? Like, and I get it. I'm sometimes the same way with like auth as a service. We'll get into that rant here in a second. But, you know, they'd rather, yeah, it's not invented here syndrome taken to the nth degree. Yeah. Right? Right? Why spend $240 a year when I can spend 40 hours of my time doing the same thing? Right? And if you do that math, $300 divided by 40 is basically minimum wage. Well, yeah, for some indie hackers, that's more than they make from their projects. So, okay, I get it. That's more than they make as an entrepreneur. They'd love to make minimum wage as an entrepreneur. Now, I'm throwing stones in a glass house because, yeah, I don't make any money from my side projects either, but I have a job. At which point, yes, there is still a time value associated with the hours I would put into something. There is still like a dollar value associated with my time. Now, when it comes to auth as a service, well, yeah, it's not just the potential for cost that scares me, though that is a major concern. Right? It's also, why would I do something like auth, something that's on my hot path? Why would I cross the entire internet for something on my hot path? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, at all. It's the same reason I can't justify unkey. Right? Unkey is a really cool idea, and I think the people that run it are awesome. But, dude. Okay, hold on. No. API key management. 150,000 requests a month. Well, okay, but then once you get to here, $25 for 250,000 requests a month, and then it scales kind of crazily. For a thing that's on your hot path, why would you cross the entire internet for that? It's just bad engineering. So it's not necessarily about the cost, right? Because how much would you have to spend to build your API key system? Well, technically, like, dude, API key management isn't that fucking hard to do. Now, did it take more time than the zero? Absolutely. At $25, well, no. But, dude, with clankers and setting up an MCP server, well, okay, now something like API keys could cost you a shitload. Right? And hitting that scale is probably worth it. But is it? I don't know. Like, technically, the dollar amount would make sense. If you're hitting 2 million requests a month, 10 million requests a month, 250 a month is hopefully really low compared to the revenue you're generating from that many requests. At which point, yes, this would be a nice problem to have. But I still cannot justify a round trip across the internet for every single request. Your API should, for almost every endpoint, be responding within 100 milliseconds. It's almost impossible if you have to cross the internet to do so, right? Not just your user hitting you, then you hitting some other thing, coming back and then going back to your user. Doing that in 100 milliseconds after also doing the work that your API has to do? Yeah, good luck. All right, so we did get the open code thing going. Let's do that. So open code model. Oh, buddy, that is so many. Okay. So this is a Kepler feedback thing. All right, so I think it's probably going to be all the way at the bottom. It is. But we don't do a refresh. All right, so we need to stop and restart Kepler, which is fine. But yeah, updating that would be useful. All right, so yeah, back to some Kepler stuff, and we can close that because that's gone. We can just minimize. Oh wait, yeah, that was Get Kraken. Yeah, I actually didn't care about Get Kraken over there. Whatever. Yeah, for some reason Kepler. Yeah, that's right. Never mind. We quit Kepler. We didn't try and update it. That was a separate thing. All right, so now, hopefully... Um, what? What the fuck, dude? Uh, tell me a joke. Sure. Aha, there it is. It switched. Oh, okay. So, yep, never mind. I will not be using Kimmy K3. At least Open Code Go does a 2x. But that means we'd use up our Open Code Go subscription in like 2 days. I am not using Kimmy right now. We tried to just now, and Olama's cloud for it doesn't allow us to do so. If they put it in the max plan, I'd upgrade right now. But dude, new signups are paused. Damn, Olama, didn't you guys just get a shitload of money? Together AI? I have no idea. I'm guessing this is the one, yeah? They do have K3, but do they actually have like a subsidized subscription? Because yeah, this to me looks like they're going to charge me for tokens. I'm not doing that. No, thank you. Yeah, okay, yep. Yeah, no thanks. I'm not doing it. Um, did they open this back up? Oh, and they do the credits thing, right? Which is basically monthly anyway. I'm not a fan of the monthly billing. Or not billing, but like the monthly thing. And it's still a wait list, too. So yeah, it doesn't look like we're getting Kimmy anytime soon. Right? Like, at this point, I'd rather just pay for more codecs. Because it's not like Kimmy is better than codecs. It's just open. And when I say codecs, I mean ChatGPT or OpenAI's models, right? I guess it would depend on the benchmarks. Like, do you know which benchmarks it's actually better at? Because at least according to artificial analysis, it's not. So I'd have to see, like, I'd have to look at the benchmarks at that point. But yeah, nope. Yeah, okay. Interesting. But yeah, no, I'm definitely not made of money. So I'm not doing tokens. Hell no. Shit. So, all right, that does throw a little wrinkle into things. Hold on. Oh, Arena AI leaderboard. Yeah, 1 second. All right, so there you go. So when you say in web dev, I'm curious, where can we see the web dev benchmarks? Like, what does that mean? Like, to me, this feels like it's just votes. If it's vote based, I don't trust it. Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, nah. Like, for the same reason you can't trust anything you read on Twitter, because people just cargo cult and some people are just loud idiots, you know? I don't trust it. Well, why is it that all these people say it's better about various things? Like, I don't give a fuck what all these people say, right? People are idiots in general, you know? It's like the quote from Men in Black, right? Yeah. I mean, so Mo here, maybe here on Arena AI, but you can actually look at the results of a lot of these other benchmarks. You know? Like, you can see actual results. You can do so for the one I made and for a bunch of other ones too. Sweebench, I think, I feel like they haven't updated Sweebench's stuff for a while, but usually they show you the actual output of a bunch of these things. So yeah, like, I don't trust that. You know, I don't trust just aggregate opinion. So yeah, that's a bummer. What I would love is if Open Router, or hold on, no, it's artificial analysis. I would love it if artificial analysis. Hold on, where do we find the micro benchmarks? Maybe it was Open Router. Yeah, yep, and that's fine. Like I get the opinion. I still like. I think we need benchmarks for verifiable things. Oh, micro evals. This is what I was looking for. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, micro public evals. Let's just see this. Has anyone added these others? Yeah. So like, part of the problem is that this doesn't get updated with new models, which is a little annoying. But I love this kind of thing, right? Like, okay, cool. Claude 4 Sonnet blew it. All right, Grok 4. Oh, hold on, never mind. Yeah, we need to mouse over these. So, okay, yeah, there's 2.5 Pro. Sure. Right, so given the same prompt, you can get some, like, idea of what these things taste might be. And this is at least something that you can see, which I find extra valuable. Now, Llama 4 Maverick. Uh-huh. DeepSeek. Yep. It is still subjective, but this is something that is subjective to you, right? So you can at least make that choice on what you like, not listening to someone else say it, right? So it is subjective, but it's your subjectivity, not someone else's subjectivity. As long as it's the same exact prompt, that's all that matters, right? Like, I have a bias. I'm okay being biased. I got my biases and I like them. Right? I know what I'm looking for and what I like about these things, and that'll help me evaluate, well, shit, what are these things actually good at? And oh my god. Right? O3, meh. This one's kind of fun. This one sucks. This one's kind of weird, but works. This one sucks. Pretty standard. And this lines up, hold on, this looks almost exactly like another one we saw, right? So that was 4.7. Was that another GLM that we saw? It is a little, like, I think this is the one I was thinking of, right? This looks kind of similar. Sequen 3 came up with something that GLM kind of did all right at. So do we think GLM was, like, distilled and then improved from Quen stuff? Probably. The fact that some of these end up, like, looking really similar is also kind of interesting, right? Like the way the line gets drawn there. So that's Opus 4.5. What was the other one that did the line like that? GLM5 reasoning. Okay, so not dodging the distilling accusations at this point. But to me, this has way more value than just the anecdotal bullshit you see over on like Arena, right? Where it's just, trust me, bro. I just wish this was kept up to date. That'd be way better. And you could create them, sure. I'm curious how much they would let you do with that. Let's try this. I don't know. I haven't actually done it. So what prompt do we want to compare across models? Let's just do the same one. What is the prompt here? Yep, so that was the prompt. And then they got others in the list too. So I don't know. Kimi K3 Pro. Soul. Sure. I don't think we need that one. I don't think we need that one. And hey, what's up, Chars? We're just fiddling with something now. But then, okay, sure. So we got those 5. Oh. All right. Oh, son of a bitch. All right, so let's see how this goes. Right? Let's test it. And yeah, Tab Master. The Tabarino. Mr. Tabs. So now I'm actually really curious about this. And I don't mind doing this part since we can't use Kimi K3 yet. And while it's going, hold on, I gotta be. Oh, and it's already set. Shit. Alrighty. And I'm back. My stand goal was achieved. No, I just had to go pee. Not the same thing. All right, while that's clanking away. So 5.2 is a solid model. We could kick this off. And just double check in some stuff there. Yep. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so yes, these fixes should be up there, and we were waiting for a thing to build. Let's double check this. Let's go up and try and find the first failure. Yeah, no worries, Mo here. Yep. All right, so we want this to do some exploration. Something ain't right. And yeah, we're just using Soul Medium, which is pretty solid. And I guess, let's go look at the artificial analysis stuff again. Oh, and how's this going? It might take a bit, sure. Right, so Soul Medium versus GLM 5.2. At max. Yeah, so Soul Medium is still way higher than GLM 5.2 max. And for the thing we're doing, we do want intelligence. One thing I should double check here. Is that accurate? Yeah, we still got 17% there. Cool. All right, so yeah. I guess here's a question. We've got 2 usage limit resets. Sitting on way more at work, but I gotta use, I'm not gonna use those for anything we're doing here. And also I need those for work stuff. So yeah, I'm curious what it finds in this. I'm gonna almost bet money that the problem we actually have stems from the changes it made. And yeah, Oh, sorry, not Acorn. That's the person I'm going to be replying to because they are 1000% correct. Use that diffuse thought process. Whatever. Right, when you go to make a comment. But yeah, Rachel's awesome. But yeah, let's go respond to this because she is 1000% correct. I'll just leave it 1000%. Don't need to yap too much. Got to keep that ship number up a bit. Oh. I just want to double check that bumping the version number was the right thing. So yeah, the two tests that failed are actually pretty simple. Okay, so yeah, 1.1 might be a mistake and it might need to be 0.2.0 instead. So yeah, I should have asked the clanker what number we should bump it to. So that's a me problem. Oh, and there was a mix command we should have done. Shit. Okay. So yeah, I'm okay with that. 2.0 makes sense to me. Yeah, I might want to double check the diffs of those. Let's do this, actually. We'll do it as, yeah, we'll let the clanker fix it. And yeah, what's everyone up to? How y'all doing today? Pokemon Champions on mobile. Okay. Yeah, I haven't played a Pokemon game in ages. So yeah, 2 tests needed to update. Competitive battling simulator with some gotcha elements. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so yeah, I don't do that manually. I just want to double check that part. Okay. So yeah, stage all. All right. So it's fixed test failures. Okay, there we go. That was weird. All right. So we got that up there. We can delete this now. Okay, so Ron Main. Okay, so we're gonna get that pushed up. Oh, and I need need to double check that. So hold on. Ferrite, rust. Nope, that isn't it. Do they have the link to it? So someone built a rust thing. I at least wanted to look at it first. All right, we can at least do that. Let's double check it. React-like UI runtime, Next.js-like application framework. Yep. That's right. That's right. Okay. So yeah, it handles like use client, static params. Right. Okay. It's a lot of stuff. That is a lot of stuff. Probably AI written, right? Maybe not. But that is a wall. And nothing wrong with AI. But yeah, like using AI for readmes should be much more careful. Yeah, that was a wall, right? But nothing wrong with that. It's still very experimental. I would assume when they're ready to do like a production release. Yeah, TLDR. I mean, there's a TLDR here. But yeah, for that last section, I don't know if those words mattered anyway. But yeah, no, I have not had a chance to use it yet. Let's look at an example that's built with it. How about that? Okay. Okay, I see, I see. Wow, this is a large file, and it's all just TypeScript. Okay, so that's Fairite runtime, and then no, bin is just scripts. Hmm. So I don't see where this other stuff lives. my guess, right? And we see the stuff in there. We see crates. We see blah, 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 right? Yeah, I guess I just misunderstand. Like, I thought there was like Rust and Wasm stuff going. I don't see where the Wasm ends up going. Like, wouldn't that have to be in the runtime, like in the release? But okay, so yeah. Someone asked me, like, because I was interested in it, and I still think it's interesting. I'm just not sure what's going on there. And, like, I don't think the description explains it well enough. When it says Rust first, I guess what does that mean? But yeah, I don't know. But I do think it is time to go raid someone because yeah, I need to get some food in my belly. And yeah, we'll come back tomorrow because yeah, we need to make this stuff run as well. So yeah, okay, testing worked. Now we're deploying. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, perfect. So then the next thing would be we do this, we get SDKs in another tab just to check. Does this have an action kicking off yet? Update readmes after first NPM deploy. Nice. This was also a little bit ago. Nice. But then this one kicked off. Okay, perfect. I think part of our issue is that the staging deploy is messing with our stuff, but that's fine as long as one of these SDK releases works. Let me double check that. So we're still seeing version 0.1.0. I wonder if that just timed out. It did. Ooh, here we go. All right, so there's Minimax. Ooh, and I like how it shrinks back in. Here's Opus 4. Ooh, that one's fun. Here's what 5.6 Soul did. Okay, okay. And oh my god, here's Kimmy's. Oh, Kimmy's is cool. So yeah, there we go. At least that like micro benchmark worked. Grok didn't make it in. Interesting. We'll leave that going for a minute. We can close that. And yeah, so 53 downloads. I don't think that's actually accurate, but that's fun. So yeah, interestingly enough, our SDK didn't publish. So that's something we'll have to dig into tomorrow. Oh, cool. I haven't seen Teej streaming for ages. That kind of makes sense why numbers dipped all of a sudden. He just started 10 minutes ago. So yeah, let's go raid Teej. We haven't done that in ages. And then, yeah, let's look at it. How many people are over there that were here watching, judging? That's fine. I'm not worried about it. It's rare for him to stream at this time of day. So, yeah, let's go check it out. So, yes, everyone over here, thank y'all so much for hanging out. We had a really good day today. We mostly got stuff done. We had some amazing rants, though. If you missed out on those rants, ooh, you should probably check the YouTube VOD. They were good. They were really good. But yeah, I'll be back here tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be going quite as late tomorrow. Probably not as late tomorrow because I got an event tomorrow night, but I am going to stream because I won't be streaming again until Saturday. Ugh. So let's figure that out. So we're going to go raid Teej. The timer's ticking down. I'm going to stop the